So I'd like to welcome everyone. If we can go to the next slide, Becky. I'd like to welcome everyone today for our part 2 of the Building and Remodeling Archives webinar. And first, I'm going to turn this over to our Executive Director for COSA, Joy Banks. Joy?
Thanks, Lisa. Hello and welcome everyone. As Lisa said, my name is Joy Banks and I'm the Executive Director of the Council of State Archivists, or COSA. And we are so glad that you've joined us today in part 2 of our Building Archives Symposium. When last I checked, we had more than 80 individuals registered, and I know that many will watch the recording later after we post this. This group represents both COSA member institutions and a wide variety of other organizations. For those who may not know, COSA's mission is to provide leadership to strengthen and support state and territorial archives leaders and staffs in their work to preserve and provide access to government records. Our efforts prioritize our members from the 50 states, 5 territories, and the District of Columbia, but we are always excited when our events can welcome those of you from mission-aligned organizations and fields. Today's topic is certainly one of those opportunities. Let me be the first to thank our moderator, our webinar planners, the guest speakers, and our generous sponsors who made all of this possible today. And now I'm delighted to turn your attention to our presenters for today, and I hope that you are enriched by this time that we have together.
Thank you, Joy. We appreciate that very much. And as we're going forward, we have a keynote from Chris Wood with the SmithGroup, and then we'll hear about 4 different state projects. Then we'll have plenty of time for questions and answers. So if you think of questions as you're going along, you're certainly welcome to type them in chat. When we get to the Q&A part, you can also raise your hand and we can unmute you and allow you to talk if you have microphones. So next slide, Becky. So today, this is our group of speakers. So I'm going to start by introducing Chris Wood, and then I'll introduce our state speakers just before we talk about the actual state projects. So next slide. So Chris Wood is an architect and vice president with the SmithGroup in Washington, D.C., where he directs the firm's cultural studio of architects and engineers focusing on museums, interpretive centers, archives, performing arts centers, and historical sites. Over the course of his 24 years with the SmithGroup, Chris has led projects for the Smithsonian Institution, National Archives, National Park Service, the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, and several other state and private museums and archives across the country. He is a member of the Society of American Archivists, American Institute for Conservation, and the Land Economics Society. He's currently leading projects for the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts, the Wisconsin Historical Society, the Oregon Historical Society, Marblehead Archives, and the National Museum of African American History and Culture. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Chris and take it away.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here for the second time. It's always nice to be invited back. You're never sure after the first time if that's going to be the case. So I'm humbled to be back. Hopefully everyone can see my screen at this point. For those that might be new this time around, just a very quick introduction to add to that, just because I'd like to let people know that I care about the work that you guys do. I got the collections bug very early in my career doing work with the National Archives at the National Personal Records Center down in St. Louis, developing the program for their new institution. It was a multi-year project, got really into the trenches, understanding processes and conservation and all of that. And it just kind of took off from there. Our firm has the unique ability to focus on projects like this because we have a studio in DC that I lead that is focused exclusively on museums, archives, historic sites, projects of that nature that we call under the cultural umbrella. And the main reason we've been able to do that is because we've had a 40 or 50-year relationship, not me personally, only 25 myself, with the Smithsonian Institution, which is really the only repeat client, if you think about it, in the museum world. And with multiple 10-year contracts with them, as well as the National Archives, we've been able to maintain a steady stream of work that has allowed us to develop expertise with individuals as opposed to firm-wide, so that we bring a little bit less learning curve, we like to think, when we come to projects that require some specialization, and archives certainly do. So the last time I spoke a little bit about pre-design and planning and getting your ducks in a row. And now I wanted to jump forward into the realities of a project. And it's always kind of hard to know where to start, especially if 15 minutes is the time limit to speak. So I thought I would share just a little bit of overview, because I recognize that we in our industry get the luxury of doing large construction projects every day for a living. But quite often your institution might be lucky to build once in a generation. And so I wanted to hit just some of the basics of building and hiring a team and managing schedule and budget. So one of the first things that you'll probably encounter as you decide to renovate or build is building your own team, your internal team, before you even build an external team, understanding who you need, when you need them, but looking inwardly first. So what does that mean? The first thing to recognize is that all of you already have day jobs. And if you are tasked in some way with managing a major construction project, they have a way of taking over your life, and you might need some help. So it's good to think ahead of time. Who are those folks that might be secret sleeper cell experts that could be partners in this exercise as you move forward? Because you may not have the luxury of a really deep facilities department. If you're a higher education institution, you may have some benefits of leaning on those types of established departments. But if you're a state archive, you may or may not have to manage some of this on your own. So do you have a board? Who is your director? Or do you have a facility lead? Or there department heads that might be more inclined to shaping out part of your team? And then what does that team look like? Usually what we like to see on the client side is a project executive of some kind, someone who is the key decision maker. The buck stops with them. They're the tiebreaker. They're the ones that are responsible for the project in the end in many ways, but they need help. So they're not going to be available all the time. And sometimes that person may not have the capacity to really get down into the trenches on a daily basis. When we on the design team side start to get really needy, we need a lot of information. We need to have a lot of meetings. We need to have a lot of dialogue. We can be very time consuming. So having a core project team that reports directly to the executive, occasionally includes the project executive, that are representative of a cross section of the institution, so that they're not too compartmentalized in terms of individual interests or any territorialism of any kind. And often that can be then supplemented depending on the scale of your institution. This all obviously varies by scale. For some of you, I might be showing as many heads as you have in your entire archive. So and putting everyone on the team may or may not be a possibility. But a building committee. So a wider team with a diverse set of expertise that can bring those perspectives to various points in the decision-making process is a very important committee to impanel. So decision-making is the biggest part of any design process, and really being clear about who is empowered to make decisions and in what capacity, who reports to whom, and is there a tiered approach? You can imagine that if we as the design team are meeting with the building committee, for example, but the building committee needs to get approval that is then passed the core project team that approves, and then is passed the executive project executive, that it can really bog down a schedule. So understanding whether or not you're going to have a tiered decision-making approach in a project is important. This happens a lot at this type of decision-making where it's quite important, happens at key project milestones, individual deliverables, when the rubber meets the road, when it comes to cost estimates coming in, when you need to make some of those hard decisions. But then you're going to need to hire people. I mentioned that you have a day job and that this can often become a full-time job, taking on a project like this. So often one of the first hires is an owner's representative or a program manager. There are firms out there that do this. There are individuals out there that do this. It's helpful to interview multiple folks if this is the route you choose to go, to make sure that it's someone that's a cultural fit for your institution, that understands your mission, and that is available to actually be there to be your advocate. They are not intended to be a filter between you and the design team. They're intended to work side by side with you, take on some of the burden of management and RFPs and administrative work that has the benefit of having someone who's been through this a bunch of times, so that you don't have to learn all of those things on the job. So you might hire an owner's representative. You may or may not, as I mentioned in my last talk, depends on how well you know your own collection. It might be helpful to pre-plan with some sort of collections assessment partner that can go through and help you understand collections volumetrics and things like that, that would inform a program or other plan. There's an architect and engineer at some point. You may or may not have an interpretive planner or designer if your future archive has a public-facing component that may, show off some of the stories of your content. A cost consultant of some kind, or a contractor. Sometimes a construction manager is brought in early to be your cost partner. And there may be other specialty consultants or even a fundraising consultant, depending on whether or not you're in charge of raising your own money. So in terms of contractual hierarchy, some of you may know all of this already, but if you haven't been through it before, sometimes it's helpful just to see the diagram. You, as the institution, unless you're working for the state who does this for you, might hire your owner's rep directly. So there's a contract that you hold with them. Separately, you hold a contract with the architect engineering firm. The architect and engineer has all kinds of other consultants that they have, including quite often your architect will hire their own independent cost estimator. If you also hire a contractor or CM early for pre-construction services, they may do their own costing services, and that's a good thing, because then you have two parallel independent estimates that can be reconciled, and you don't have to worry as much about your contractor leading you astray in terms of cost, or your architect deflating costs because they want to make themselves look good. These are your prime contracts. And depending on the phasing of your project, you might have to do some preemptive due diligence, like a geotechnical report or hazmat assessment and things of that nature. So those would be things that you would typically contract for. You might see occasionally that the architect hire those, but quite honestly, most architectural firms don't carry adequate insurance to be able to take on the liability of the geotechnical investigations, which inform foundation design, or hazmat, which obviously informs life safety for the contractor. So how do you hire a team? There are all kinds of different mechanisms, and lots of acronyms get thrown around. You may know a lot of them just from other interactions with the industry or other similar types of situations where they're used. An RFQ is often the first step. So you're seeing who's interested. You're asking for qualifications. It stands for request for qualifications. You're narrowing the field. You usually go from an RFQ to see who's out there and who's qualified, narrowing that field to an RFP. You then send your request for proposals to a select group of your respondents from your RFQ in a traditional way. This is where you're comparing experience and fees in detail and probably asking them about their approach to your project. A good RFP has the project budget in there. It's better to be transparent. The project program, so you understand the scale, the project schedule that you need to hit, and any key deliverables that you're expecting from your AE, so that otherwise they're kind of guessing when it comes to fee, and it's not so much that it's unfair to the AE, it's more that you're not going to be able to compare apples to apples what you get back. So more detail, the better from you in the RFP, so that you get apples to apples responses, and it's actually useful for you in making decisions between firms. Depending on the scale and nature of your project, you might want to go a little deeper. You might actually want to visit with some of your shortlisted firms to understand their culture. And sometimes it's nice to go where they live, see their office, see how they work, see if they would be a good fit. This is a marriage. You're going to have to sit across the table from these people for multiple years. You better like them. They better not be off-putting from day one. So it can be good to kick the tires a little bit. Sometimes there are design competitions. Rarely in archive projects, you'll see them in museums and kinds of things like that. We don't recommend them in any way because, I mean, think about you asking us to design a building for you before we've even had a chance to talk to you. It's going to be superficial. And so an archive is not the type of project where you would want to consider something like that, where final photography to appease a donor is not the thing that is leading. Here, this is about qualifications and experience and the right fit for who you are. Typically from the RFP, you'll then shortlist to an interview and actually get to know folks, ask them some tough questions, see how they might present approaching your process or your project. And sometimes in that interview, you might even ask them to engage in a little design discussion with you. A mini charrette of kinds is not uncalled for. Think about being creative about your interview styles and the questions that you ask, so that they're not too boring, and that you actually get good information out of them. Check recommendations, ask for recommendations, but actually follow up and call those other institutions that your proposed team may have worked for, see what their experience was, ask about individual team members. You hear it all the time. No two firms are created equal, but really it's the team that you get. So you can get the A team, you can get the B team, you can get something in between, and it's good to check to see who you're going to get. Reference checks, benchmarking visits, visit a couple of projects that the team that you're thinking about has completed. Speak to the people there and find out how happy they are, what they would have changed, or if they were involved in the original process. So a little bit on schedule. I realize I'm moving quick here, but just trying to give an overview. These can be long projects. One of the first things that we learn as architects is to be okay with delayed gratification. 5, 8, 10 years for major projects is not unheard of. At the scale of an archive, when you start with planning and through to opening day, it's not uncommon for that to be a 5-year process. This is a quick look at a rough time scale of a project. It's not all created equal, but you may start with some feasibility planning. That might be from an architect, that might be from another collections related planner. You have an approval after that. You might do some collections assessment where you take that feasibility work, you turn it into a master plan and programming exercise to give some actual rough shape to what you're planning. It's not quite design yet, but it's setting the parameters for design, and it's setting the quantifiable information that will go into your RFP. So when you do solicit a designer, they know what they're signing up for. You solicit your design team. There's a program validation and concept phase that happens there, usually because there's a gap between when you complete your program and when you get your AE on board. And it's good to go back and check. Leadership may have changed, priorities may have changed. Let's just make sure that that program is set, and do a really early cost model. Even before there's a design, just set some parameters on the dollars per square foot to see if you're in the right ballpark. As we know, the market has changed quite a bit. Then your design and documentation phases are going to follow. Review and costing all the way at intervals. You're going to bid. That might be through a construction manager or a CM at risk. And that's a whole other separate discussion that we can talk into procurement methods. Construction And with an archive, making sure that there's time in construction to back out some time for commissioning of systems, making sure all your systems are operational, to flush out the building, make sure any contaminants are out of the system, and that there's time to move your collection in before you're planning to open for the first day. If we zoom in on each of these phases, which each builds upon the previous, and just zoom in on the design phases here for a moment, I just want to touch on what these are, because the lingo gets thrown around, and of concept, schematic design, design development, construction documents, and just to be a little bit more clear about what that means. So in concept design and programming, we're thinking, what's the big idea? In schematic design, it's roughly where are things going. We're giving some size and shape to things. In design development, we're talking about defining what things are actually made of and getting into finalizing the contract between the owner and the builder. That's why construction documents are sometimes called contract documents, because your contractor is obligated to deliver what is on the drawings. So these are just some bullets for the types of things that are done at each of these particular phases. So cost management, it's never too early. And this is the curve that proves that. I think everyone knows this intuitively, but we always like to show it. What you're seeing is the cost of change and the ease of change mapped across the continual timeline of a project. So at the beginning, the cost of change is low, the ease of change is high. It's a piece of cake to change things, not too much has been drawn or detailed. As you move forward through each of those successive phases, that cost of change goes up, either for redesign or other issues, and the ease of change goes down because lots of things have been decided and they become significantly harder to undo as you move forward. In terms of building your project budget, there's another area where a lot of lingo gets thrown around: hard costs, soft costs, contingency costs, post-opening costs. In very rough terms, hard costs are everything that it takes to actually build your structure, the hard stuff. Soft costs are things like fees, so paying your owner's rep, paying your AE, doing some of that development cost to raise money. Contingencies are your safety factors. They are backstop pools of money that you can tap that are intended to gradually decrease and get absorbed into the project over time. But don't forget your post-opening costs. I don't know if there's an endowment or if there's just a consideration of what it's going to cost to operate your building. It's going to be different than you have now. It is good to help to pre-plan and understand what your ongoing cash flow and operational costs will be post-occupancy. Typical construction breakdown here. What we have usually, where we have building and trade costs, we call those direct costs. That's the costs of the subcontractors. So your electrical subcontractor, that's what it costs them to do the work. Below that, your general contractor is going to mark that up. They have insurance, they have general conditions, site safety, their own fees. All of those direct costs get marked up by your contractor. Separate from that gets you to a total construction cost. But that's not your whole project cost. And that's the important thing, is when you're given a project cost, your construction costs is never more than 70% of your total project costs, often less. Also to consider your soft costs, design management fees, contingencies, other owner costs. You are usually responsible, depending on the situation, of FF&E, fixtures, furniture, and equipment. Sales, PR, development and fundraising, all of those other things, staff costs that you may have to carry to get to your total project cost that may be allocated. Just putting this up there because I think, especially in archives, it speaks to where the money is going to get spent. You're going to be blown away when you start looking under the hood of some of these estimates that most of the costs are not going to be seen by the people that work in your facility or visitors that you may have, because they're going to be dedicated to systems that will care for your collection, as well as the building envelope. So the building envelope and your systems work hand in hand in our archive to allow them to perform. So when you get into value management and things like that, I know that the inclination is always to put the target on the finishes. We need to really carve back on those superficial finishes in our lobby and things like that. Typically, you're just nibbling at the edges when you do that, and it's better to think a little bit more holistically about savings. Even though those things seem like an easy target, they usually represent a pretty small percentage of your overall budget. When we talk about contingencies and safety factors, it's really important to have them. I think that is the point. There's just so much that is unknown in an early project phase from a design perspective. There are ideas that you will have. There are things that will come up along the way that need to get incorporated into the project. So carrying that contingency early is important. A contractor will also carry a construction contingency. And you'll see that as each of these become progressively more known, those contingencies can be whittled down. So that 8% design contingency at the beginning of schematic design, for example, will dwindle to 0 by the time you get to bidding, for obvious purposes, because then everything's drawn. Similar for a contractor. When they're getting out there in the field, they don't know what they're going to hit or what they're going to find. So you're going to carry a contingency for the unforeseens. As you get further along in the project, you're up out of the ground, some of those risk factors go away, and so those contingencies can get folded down as well. But they're important to carry. They're very tempting to cut early in projects, and we would always encourage against doing that. We're in uncertain times. We like to think that we're coming out of these uncertain times, but the impacts to costs have been tremendous. Almost every one of our projects is significantly over budget, and I can confidently say by no fault of our own, projects that were estimating well within budget beforehand are now wildly out of budget, just because of the way the market has shifted in the construction and materials and sector and commodity sector. So trades are under pressure. The economy is also thriving, so contractors are busy, and you get "I'm too busy" pricing from people, and they're having a really hard time getting skilled tradespeople in some cases, and they're paying a premium for that. We'd like to think that some of that will calm down, but if you think it's cheaper to wait, that is never the case. All of these things are always a ratchet. They always go up, and they might plateau, but they're not going to get better in most cases. So don't rely on things getting better by waiting. Sooner is almost always better when you're talking about construction. So identify those risks, try to plan and mitigate early, have a plan B, have some contingencies set aside. Be really careful in selecting your team to make sure that you aren't burdened by a learning curve on some of the really technical things that come with project types like yours. And there are great firms out there that do this all the time and can do that for you. And you can learn about that through a careful solicitation process with RFQs and RFPs. And with that, I would just say that felt really, I put all the slides together and it felt kind of doom and gloom or intimidating, but don't despair. It's all worth it in the end. You can get through it. It's all about finding the right partners that can shepherd you through it and building a good internal team that can support you. And I would just thank you again for your time and for letting me speak to you guys today.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Now I'm going to introduce our 4 State Archives overview speakers today. So just make sure I got what I need here. Yep. So we're gonna hear from Anthony Jan, who is the State Archivist of Iowa and the Historical Library and Archives Bureau Chief for the State Historical Society of Iowa. Prior to joining the state of Iowa in 2014, Anthony worked for Target Corporation for 23 years, including as a senior corporate archivist, historian, and records manager for over a decade. We're also going to hear today from Jamie Awalt, who is the Assistant State Archivist for the Tennessee State Library and Archives, a division of the Tennessee Department of State, where she oversees the archival operations for the agency. She has over 25 years of experience as a professional archivist and librarian, including years as the Deputy State Historical Records Coordinator and Archivist with the Archives Development Program, where she established training and funding programs to promote the establishment of local archives across the state of Tennessee. Most recently, Jamie served as the Director of Preservation and Digital Services, leading the efforts in preservation, digitization, and improved access to the library and archives collections. She's a member of several professional organizations and is currently the Vice President for the Council of State Archivists. Jamie has a Master's of Arts in History from Western Kentucky University and a Master's of Science and Information Science from the University of Tennessee. We're also going to hear today from John Hannigan, who is Curator of Collections at the Massachusetts Archives, where he oversees the organization and management of the state's permanent public records. John holds a bachelor's in history from Fairfield University, a master's in teaching history from the University of Massachusetts Boston, and a doctorate in history from Brandeis University. At Brandeis, John taught undergraduate history courses as an adjunct lecturer and worked with local museums and historical societies as a public historian. In total, he has worked at the archives for 13 years in a number of different roles, including college intern, head of reference services, and curator. We're also going to hear today from Roberta Gebhardt, who is the Library and Archives Program Manager at the Montana Historical Society. She took on this role in 2020. Before that, she served as Librarian Manager for 5 years, the Technical Services and the Technical Service Librarian for 9 years. She worked for 9 years at the Montana State Library in various positions and spent some time in an academic library in the mid-1990s. Her work at the Montana Historical Society introduced her to the world of archives. She was even given the opportunity to process a collection and loves to jump in and help the archivist whenever she can. So I'm going to turn over our speakers, and we'll have questions and answers after. So think of some questions, and I'm now going to turn it over.
Thank you, Alan. So welcome. Today we're just gonna spend a few minutes talking about our state historical building renovation project from 2019 to present. Go to the next slide, please. This particular project, before I get into the project, just really briefly, the building that we're currently sitting in, which holds the state archives, the state historical library, the state historical museum, very special collections, as well as it's a home for the state's central museum. It was opened back in 1987. The architect was Brown, Healy, and Bach. It's a 220,000 square foot building with over 50,000 square feet of exhibit space, and the state archive storage space itself is just under 10,000 square feet. Before the pandemic, we were receiving over 100,000 visitors annually. And it's a very, very busy building. When the building opened up in 1987, from literally from the first day, we had problems with water, leaking and bursting 6 and 8 inch storm pipes and drainage pipes, and roof leaks, and then leaky skylights as well. And so basically we created a project, started working on the planning in 2017, and then we began work in 2019 to basically in 2 phases to address first those leaky and bursting 6 and 8 inch storm water drainage pipes, and as well as the roof, and then in phase 2 the leaky skylights. If we go to the next slide, really we had some priorities. Moving the collections and moving the museum out of the building were not an option, and so really for us it was about completing the work on time and on budget. It was about safely performing the work around exhibits and collections, and then keeping public access throughout construction. We actually didn't meet that meeting, the work on time. We did meet the meeting, the budget, that's for sure. But a variety of factors happened, which caused us not to do that. And that was one of the biggest lessons learned, which we'll get into in just a moment. We go to the next slide, please. It's just an image of the roof replacement. One of the things that's interesting or unique, maybe unique about our building is it's basically an east tower and a west tower highlighted in green by those roofs, with a center courtyard outlined in yellow and a surrounding courtyard in yellow. Basically, everything that is green and everything that is yellow is essentially a roof. It is an amazingly large roof. That's one of the things that we we talked about with the project team, and that of course led to a lot of our leaking problems. And it's not something we can fix unless we were choosing to not have the building we're in right now. And so a big project was obviously to fix that roof. We go to the next slide. Some of the key milestones were we started this project on July 8, 2019. Yes, we're about 4 years in on this. And we did our pipe and roof replacement in March of 2020. That's when that was finished. And then we took a pause in major construction because of the pandemic from March of 20 to August of 21. And we started our skylight replacement in September of 21 to December 22. And all along the way, and this is one of the big lessons learned through this, especially because we had to, when we replaced the skylights, we had to open up the building to the environment. And so at the ground level of basically a 3-story high tower, we had to build a bathtub within the building to collect any rainwater and then pump that out. And then conversely use cranes to crane out any large steel and whatnot we used from the removed from the old skylights, and to crane in the roof sections. And so we had some challenges with that, but we were able to, again, key of construction, you never know what you're going to get. You can plan for all the contingencies, but you never know what's going to happen. As well as we had to replace our smoke ventilation system within the building. We also realized that after construction was over with on the atrium replacement, the wood floor that was underneath, even with our best efforts to try to protect that floor, were damaged. And so we've had to add those projects after January of this year to replace that and to make major adjustments to fire doors and fire prevention systems as well. And right now we are on pace for projected completion of November of 2023. If we can go to the next slide. So some kind of getting a little bit more into some of the more lessons learned I think everybody should take away. And we heard a little bit of this mirrored in Chris's talk. Strong project management is really important. Much like Chris talked about, we obviously, our staff are really, really critical to this. They're the ones who are the experts on not only on the collection, but they're the experts on the building because they work with it. And so having them work closely in collaboration with the owner's representative, which in our case is our Department of Administrative Services, the architect and designers, Newman Munson LLC, and then the construction manager. This is something that we had to deal with, where for our first phase of our project was Ryan Construction. They were wonderful, very professional, had a really great knowledge of the building. And we suspended construction because of the pandemic. Unfortunately, the state government contract with Ryan Construction ran out. And so we had to onboard a completely new construction general contractor, Ball Team LLC, a locally based company here in Des Moines. And they've been really good. They had a steep learning curve, but they were really committed and really motivated to learn as much as they could about who we were and what we had to offer and why the collections were important. So that's kind of one of the big lessons, is that you just never know what's going to happen, and you have to be really quick and adapt to change. Yet you have to vet those contractors really well. And in our case, it was vital, because the contractors are the gateway into the subcontractors, and both the construction manager, the architect, as well as the owner's representative played really key roles to make sure those folks were doing what they were supposed to be doing, and if they weren't, correcting them quickly and making sure they were getting back on task so we could meet the deliverables of the design plan, the construction plan, as well as stay on budget and stay on time. And again, I cannot overstate enough, is they really, the project management team, the construction project management team, the design project management team really needs to understand who you are as an organization and what you do. They understand it's not just about why they've done something through their whole career, but the way they need to do it in terms of when you're dealing with historical documents, historical objects, historical displays, because it may be very different than what they've done in previous jobs throughout their career. If you go to the next slide, please. We had a lot of other unexpected things. I mentioned that bathtub earlier. We had a particular rainstorm in the spring of 2022. while the bathtub was in place and in March, and it was so severe that the pumps couldn't keep up, and basically the water flooded where we had our temporary research center library located, which had microfilm in cabinets on the ground. We were able to get that water cleaned up that within a couple hours, but unfortunately, because of the explosion of humidity in that particular space, we had an explosion of vinegar syndrome on our microfilm, and it had to be replaced. Over 400 reels of microfilm. We actually work with the contractor because their system to protect our microfilm was the cause of the vinegar syndrome, and so we had to work out, and it was part of our contract. We had to work out in negotiation for them to reimburse us for that, which actually happened. You see in the image on the left, when I say exploding drain pipes, literally pipes would just burst, and we had situation in another part of the building that we were not planning on replacing drain pipes because were no collections nearby. We would still have, during the first phase, we still had pipes that would basically burst in high energy rainstorms. The reason why they were cracking is because they were cast improperly in the 1980s. They weren't using X-ray scanning technology to check those pipes. And so we also had the road test repairs. And sometimes the road test of when you have replacing drain pipes and replacing drains, you certainly can take your hose out and take a fire hose and you can test it with water to make sure it's draining properly. But until you start putting it through some storms, we really didn't know if it would seal properly. And so we had many instances where the contractors, after it lived for a while and went through some storms, they would have to go back and they would have to make adjustments and tweaks. We built that into our project plan as well. It's just, I don't know if all the staff was expecting to see that through the work that they, just through our daily lives. And we didn't quite expect we would see as much as we did, but we mitigated it and moved on from there. And now those pipes are not, it's certainly a problem that we've identified earlier. We go to the next slide, please. It's also about maximizing our budget. I mentioned we had moved our research center from the second floor of the east building to the first floor of the east building. And when we began the planning for that back in 2017 and we moved closer to execution, one of the things we had to keep in mind is we can have all brand new furniture, fixtures, experiences, but one of the things we had to take a hard look at, because the budget was limited, $6.6 million only goes so far in a construction project, we had to take a hard look and see where we could penny pinch and where we could reutilize and reuse existing items. One of those things, we really reused our tables and our chairs. We just recovered them and we put new veneers on the tables, and we used our prison industries here in Iowa to be able to do that for us, and probably saved our project on that particular cost on 40%, and that translates to $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 of savings. We were then able to plow back into that space with new equipment, new technology, as well as better overall aesthetic of the space. And that's one example of what we did, as well as again, we're all about like for like. And so one of the things, again, with our research center, they were only going to renovate one half of the research center because that's where the pipes were. And so the original plan was, let's renovate one half of it, leave the other half the way it was. Well, that was very unacceptable. It would have been horrible looking. And so we went ahead and, again, part of the cost savings we were able to find all throughout the project, continuing to work that budget down and be efficient with it, is get more money in place to do the things like finish out the entire research center and make it a great experience when the construction was over. If we go to the next slide, please. Also fundraising, as I mentioned, we only got 6.6 million to do this project. So one of the challenges was we needed to raise funds. We had to reach out to every pot of money that was out there that we weren't already leveraging. And certainly we have our agency certainly has a smaller budget, but we are able to get a lot of work done by reaching out to various federal grants, various state grants, non-for-profits, corporations. And so for this particular project, we used our historical gala. We raised somewhere in the range of nearly $300,000 over a couple years for this project, as well as we went out to as an example, like the Roy Carver Charitable Trust here in Iowa that donates money for local Iowa issues. They gave us a couple $100,000. We're able to take that money and put that back into the building to buy new microphone readers, new digital scanners, new computer equipment, just new exhibits to help people understand the collections that we have. Certainly, but again, it's about trying to find money and also using it as a way to communicate to the community, hey, this is why we're closed, this is what's going on, this is all the exciting things that are coming to you soon. When we'd open up post-construction. If we go to the next slide, please. Also, another thing that, again, Chris talked about a little bit is communication. We both had a we basically have a construction project team and we have a staff project team, and they work separately, but there's people on both, and we had ongoing communication. We'd meet once a week, each of those teams separately, and then we would go to the project team, and we would kind of share information about what we're seeing, and it allowed us on a weekly basis to hear what was happening, what the issues of concern was, and know what they're going to work on, because no matter how much planning we're able to do, things sometimes the changes and the renovation details would happen so quickly, or in some cases so slowly, that we need to keep the entire staff informed. Also, to make sure that things like you see in the images here, that we have signage in place, because again, it's a renovation construction zone. So arrows pointing to people where they are to go to be safe, making sure the environment is safe for the public, as well as kind of fun ways to kind of guide people through the exhibits, where we did little color codes on our floor to help people kind of follow the dots through the exhibit. Because as renovations unfolded, the floor plan was changing in some cases on a weekly basis. And so we were always moving that around. It's that formal and informal communication we discovered was so very important. If we go to the next slide, and here's a couple slides of the results. This is the exterior of the building. We took out our skylights and we basically created a glass box with a solid roof. From the outside, it's a more modern, it's more sleek looking. On the inside, it's a much cleaner view. We got a great view now of the state capitol, which before was encumbered by all the structural steel and the skylights. In the next couple months, we're going to rehang some airplanes in that space, and certainly we're looking forward in late October, really in November, I believe we're gonna do some opening events and activities. If we go to the final slide here. And then our interior, our research center, which we're really proud of, we spent probably in the range of about $1.5 million on it to renovate it and update it. Wonderful exhibits. It's a great visitor experience. We're seeing huge response from it. We've already had opening events. People are really, really excited about it. And I'll be really excited when we get done with our construction and we can get back to being open 4 days a week. And it'll be really great as we begin to roll out the entire building. The response folks are going to have that. We have the hardcore, the very intense researchers who love the research Iowa history. But when we start capturing the everyday Iowa citizens, it's really going to be great to be able to show this space off and kind of show them how wonderful and how welcoming and how warm a historical research facility can be. And if we just go to the final slide, and there's just my details. If anybody would like to reach out, unfortunately, I wasn't able to share everything that we went through as part of this project, but certainly feel free to reach out to me directly and I'd be happy to share. And that's it.
Great, thank you, Anthony. This is Jamie. You can go to the next slide, please. Jamie Awalt from the Tennessee State Library and Archives. Hearing Anthony speak, I think a renovation project gives me as much anxiety as a full rebuild or a new build project. I can't imagine trying to navigate both functions within the same space, but Tennessee State Library and Archives, this is a picture here of our building, which opened in April of 2021. Go to the next slide. A little history about our organization. There have been 4 locations for our agency since the State Library was founded in 1854. From 1953 until 2021, the Library and Archives was located in a 1,000 square foot building on the Capitol Hill complex, which is about 1 mile from our new location here, we're in a more residential area now. The old building was at capacity for storage, over capacity for the number of staff that it was built to hold. It was designed to have 35 full-time staff members. We had 100 full-time staff members in 2017 when the time this new building broke ground. Overlaps in staff work areas and collection storage areas. We were literally bursting at the seams. More important, numerous issues ongoing with our HVAC system compromised the environmental conditions of that building. We had 2 fairly significant mold outbreaks within a 3-year period before we moved to the new building. Next slide. A little of our collection areas. The Library and Archives obviously is a joint agency of library, state library, and a state archive. I'll focus on the archival holdings, around 55,000 cubic feet of records, which include state agency records, official papers from Tennessee's governors, beginning with the territorial governor in 1790. We are the repository for the collections of the Tennessee Historical Society, as well as repository for over 800 individual private collections, either donated or purchased. Legislative records, including over 50,000 audio cassettes of legislative recordings of the General Assembly meetings and general sessions. And like a lot of state archives, we are a holder of master negative microfilm preservation film, so around 200,000 reels of film, all of which were kept in a tightly packed vault space in the previous building. So as the storage conditions at our old building continue to deteriorate, plans for renovations, which started as early as 95, were scrapped as not feasible. So our pleas for a new building really ramped up. Next slide. New building planning actually began in 2005. We had initial site surveys and drawings completed by 2007, but these were put aside due to the Great Recession. Funding was finally secured in 2017. We had a $100 million appropriation from the Tennessee General Assembly, no private funding, to build a new library and archives facility. We broke ground in 2017. Next slide. So a little bit about the construction figures. The new building, or it's not so new now, 2-year-old building is a 165,000 square foot, 3-story building. We have about a 40% increase in storage capacity. Like I said, the cost was around $100 million. Tuck Hinton Architects and Thomas Miller Partners and Associates were the designers, and construction completed by Turner Construction Corporation here in Nashville, with locations all over the Mid-South. Going back to things that both Anthony and Chris have said, adaptability is critical. The stress is, as they said, plans change, plans don't work out. And I can just tell you a little bit, and again, I'm coming from perspective of hindsight being 2020. I was not involved in the planning for the construction or initial phases of the move. So I don't want to, my criticisms are not criticisms, they're just living with the realities of a construction project after the fact, as well as the planning schedule, which we had 2 major impacts to our timeline. One that you can imagine was the pandemic. The other was in March of 2020, Nashville was hit by an F3 tornado and our new building took a direct hit. There was no significant structural damage, but there was enough damage to the interior and exterior of the building that caused a 5-month delay in construction. So I'll go into that a little bit more. But the original schedule planning included working with bringing Iron Mountain on board, who handled our collections move in November of 2019, working on that collection move planning from November 2019 through January of 2020. Completion of the interior construction and turnover of the building to the state in August of 2020. Moving the collections from August to November of 2020 and opening to the public in November of 2020. There were no plans initially to close the building to the public during the move. After the 2020 tornado and then the 2020 pandemic, which sent everyone home 1 week later in March, the interior construction was changed to completion in end of January of 2021, with our collections moved to begin in February of 21. We ended up closing to the public for the entire month of March of 2021. And then our new building grand opening was April 12th of 2021. And we moved the last box into our storage system in July of that year as well. So a pretty significant shift in the plans as well. That impacted, of course, not only practical construction and design, but our contracts with Iron Mountain for the move, our staff. We had to make significant changes to staffing and bringing people in that were not initially included in the design project. We had 80% of our staff working AWS or alternative work site due to the pandemic. So there was a lot of flexibility and good humor that was needed during this time period. Next slide. The bulk of our construction planning and budget was dedicated to our ASRS, or Automated Storage and Retrieval System, and the implementation of supporting the new ILS system on the back end of this storage system. The ASRS is also the most notable feature of our new building. While it has solved many problems related to storage capacity, for instance, we store 75% of our current collections there. The installation of this system reduced our building's footprint by about 100,000 square feet and saved $54 million of the project had we had to build or had we chosen to build traditional shelving options. But it hasn't been without its challenges, and that is a whole other webinar or a private conversation that I can have with people about our ASRS. And if you're looking to include one in your building, please give me a call. I'd love to talk with you. But initially speaking, archivists are not engineers, and the daily operation and maintenance of that system has been more burdensome, I believe, than what was initially discussed or planned. We have not brought on any new staff. That was one of the contingencies of the funding for the new building, is that we would operate the building with the same number of staff and programs as we had in the previous building. The shelving itself has proven problematic for us. We didn't anticipate the shifting and movement of boxes on the units, so it's required us to rehouse a large portion of the archival collection, as well as making retrofits to the shelving units themselves. So again, not something that in theory and in planning, the system works just kind of like they promised us, but in reality, there are special considerations and needs for our collection being on these shelves. And I think one thing to consider is in your planning process, a lot of what we've done, I think, is try to take the old and make it fit into the new, where in reality, our entire process and the way that we the way we store and retrieve collections has completely changed. So making those adaptations. I would say have a contract in place for cleaning after construction. That sounds kind of obvious, but be specific in that contract, particularly critical for an ASRS system. A lot of time during the initial phases of the move, we were sidelined by debris and just general dirtiness, I guess, of this particular storage area that set us back in terms of moving something that was not planned for. Next slide. And again, like I said, I'm speaking from the benefit of 2020 hindsight and that I was not involved in the early planning stages. A lot of what we've learned, Chris kind of nailed it in his intro, talking about the planning process. I cannot stress enough the points about the teams that he mentioned and the need for a dedicated project manager and a strong internal building committee. The project management from the top down is really critical. We had pretty significant changes in leadership between 2017 and 2021, including 4 key members of the leadership team related to collections, move, and building construction phases. Folks either retired or left, and just left a huge gap in knowledge about the planning, including one of those key positions was our facilities director. We were without any facilities team members or staff from 2018 through 2020. What happens, I think, is that sections and programs, and again, Chris mentioned this, then will feel the need to compete to get their priorities of the project if you're managing in silos. And so really, I don't think you can over communicate the project or get as much feedback and participation from staff as possible, as early as possible. So despite the 5-month delay due to the tornado, a lot of us feel like we were behind schedule before we even started. So starting early is really, really key. Next slide. Ending with a kind of a fabulous view of the interior of the building. I did not show any photos during the construction phase, but focusing on the end result, which is really, really great. Working with subcontractors and the specialty consultants, again, I think as Chris mentioned and Anthony as well, can be really challenging. There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, a lot of voices, a lot of folks trying to get their priorities across. And so again, goes back to planning and having a really solid team, either that tiered approach or a hierarchy of decisions to be made. Architects will not always design for functionality, but for beauty as well. We're very fortunate. I feel like we have both. There's not a lot of wasted space in this building. We've been able to correct some design flaws or inconsistencies early in the process, and then others we're still learning and making adaptations and changes to the way that we move around in this building. Some of those things just couldn't be anticipated until you actually moved in. But others, again, I think with a kind of strong sense of looking at the big picture and getting all folks involved who are working in individual programs and sections, having their input throughout the process would really head off some headaches after the fact. Some really seems tedious, but things that we would do differently. There's a lot to do with moving around in this new building that is so much larger than our previous. And again, I think we took form and function from the old space and tried to apply it on a one-to-one here in the new space. And it just really, some things don't work out like that. You know, really think about having an audit, for instance, of safety on security audit before you start setting your keys, your access cards. We did, of course, have security run-throughs in the design phase of the project, but after moving in, really having to make adjustments to those. There are so many access points and blind spots in this building, in part due to the architecture of it, that we're really having to correct things now. Learning that staff, for instance, couldn't get into certain areas based on what we thought would be a priority for security and access, which have turned out to be more hindering to staff actually getting their job done. I don't know if I'm expressing that properly, but I think just like I said, going through the building and having different individuals who are working in different sections and areas and functions of the building as part of that kind of security audit or run through as soon as possible would be really beneficial. Doorways. When I was talking to my colleagues about one thing they would want differently in this building, and almost everybody said doors. There are so many doors in this building. And part of that was tied to the security, of course, but you really need a buddy to move carts around in this building. You can see here in this photo underneath that seal on the right side of the photo and then through the doors on the left are both collection areas. So you got a cartload of materials. What do you see there? You see stairs that you have to go down, which is nearly impossible with a cart. So things like that, oversized, bulky items are really hard to get to various functional points in the building. The conservation lab is on an opposite wing from our collection storage area, things like that, that again, if you're designing or thinking in terms of individual function in silos, in the end, there's going to be some frustrations for you. I think that auto doors in all libraries and archives would be great so people can get through them. That just seems very specific. Don't underestimate the emotional impact of the move on your staff. A lot of it, again, had to do with, we were dealing with some events which were unusual, but really appreciate your staff, give them encouragement and kudos for the work and the things that they're going through. Change is really, really hard for people. And then finally, communication. And I think talking with others who have been through it and lessons learned is really, really beneficial. I don't believe that we visited many archives before we took on this project, and that would have been really beneficial. So I'll wrap up and go to the next person.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm John Hannigan. I'm the curator at the Massachusetts Archives in Boston. The archives is the central repository for all of the records of the state government. Our collection starts in 1630 and runs all the way up to the present day. The building we're currently in right now opened in 1986 with a vault capacity of approximately 20,000 square feet. Separated out into 8 vaults over 4 floors. The original design for the archives facility projected a period of approximately 25 years before expansion might be necessary. But over the years, there were a number of internal administrative decisions, particularly the decision to preserve all of the state's institutional records as opposed to sampling, that accelerated this estimate of our capacity, so that by 2010, we had really hit a crisis point. All of our existing vaults were at capacity and in some cases beyond capacity. We had serious overcrowding issues in our existing spaces to the extent that there were some serious occupational hazards. We had bowed shelving from excessive weight, insufficient spacing between shelving aisles, inadequate lighting. All of these are potentially fire code violations that were very concerning. Additionally, the lack of capacity forced us to put many agencies with records ready for transfer on hold, which forced those agencies to absorb the cost of storing their permanent records until we could resolve our space issues. In some cases, this kind of had a negative impact on our relationship with those agencies, which we've then had to patch up over the years. In some ways, in good ways, the renovation was forced onto us in that despite having all these space issues, we also began to have issues with our environmental control systems in our vaults. Since these critical systems and replacement and upgrade was not something that we could put off, this allowed us to get a foot in the door, so to speak, with the state's Department of Capital Asset Management and Maintenance, which is the state agency responsible for capital facility repair and improvement throughout the state. We were able to build a strong relationship with DCAM, and in the course of the upgrades to the environmental controls, they were able to be on site and really get a firsthand look at all of our overcrowding issues. And then they were able to help us lobby for the necessary funding. which we were able to secure in 2014 with the inclusion of our project in a bond bill for capital facility repair. And that's when planning for this expansion really began in earnest. We started to have weekly meetings really in 2015, 2016, as we started to discuss what our needs would be, what we wanted the space to look like, how we wanted it to expand. And I'll just echo what Chris said in the keynote. Even though we all had day jobs, these meetings quickly became essentially second full-time jobs for those of us who were involved in the process. And I'll highlight a lesson learned here. Many of us kind of would sit there and listen to the engineers and the design firm and talk about the different ways that, load bearing and all these other things. And we're archivists, not engineers. So it's very easy for your eyes to sort of glaze over and lose track of what the conversation is. And there were several times after we finished the expansion that I think we all regretted not being a little more vocal with sort of nuts and bolts pieces that we wish we had included in the vaults. I think our number one staff complaint is that there are no telephones in the vaults. So in our new vaults, so that, if you're all the way in the back of a vault pulling records for researchers or whatever, there's really no way to contact anybody. So that's something that we should have brought up in some of these design meetings. And we honestly, no one ever thought about it. Construction began in 2018, and I have to say it proceeded rapidly and remarkably smoothly. If Becky, can we just go to the next slide, please? The intention put forth in the building's original design in the 80s was to utilize space in the State Record Center, which was also included in our facility. The State Record Center had a different purpose. The idea was that it would be a temporary holding site for non-permanent records that had lengthy retention periods, upwards of 30, 70 years. Those were materials that would eventually not be transferred to the archives and eventually be destroyed. It was a 3-story storage space with, floor to ceiling shelving. You can get a sense of what the scope of that looked like here in this photo. You can see some of those old shelves. The vault expansion required us to demolish about 1/3 of the old State Record Center's capacity. This was okay. We were very much okay with this because we've been transitioning out of using the State Record Center as a temporary holding facility, particularly as there's more and more private companies that frankly are better at it than we are. So this did not have a minimal impact on us. And additionally, because this is not public space in any way, it had a minimal impact on our ability to remain open to the public. And again, it was storage space and not workspace. So it also had minimal impact on staff's ability to continue to work. Probably the biggest surprise or most delightful surprise of the entire process was realizing that the original design firm for the building from 1986, Arrow Street Incorporated, had a remarkable display of foresight and had anticipated the need for additional document storage capacity in the future. And they incorporated a series of architectural features into the original construction of the building that really facilitated expansion. And you can see some of those features here in the support columns that run up and down the gray concrete columns. You can see they left indents and other features that would allow future contractors to build easily and rapidly. And the contracting firms that we used, they were astonished by this. That not only that the firm had the foresight to do this, but that it seemed to work out so perfectly. You can go to the next slide, please. This again just gives you a sense of some of the scope of what we had to demolish. Next slide, please. And here again, you can see some of those existing features that we were able to utilize. Again, you can see in the walls along the back, the indents for the new flooring to be poured in. Next slide, please. And here's that area all cleared out, ready for the floors to be constructed. I'll echo what Jamie said before about having something in your contract that focuses on cleaning debris. You can see down there, that's actually a staff member starting doing some of the vacuuming. That was something that came up time and time again for us as well. Next slide, please. So the new vaults, we were able to insert 2 new floors, creating 3 new levels of vault space into the old State Record Center. Construction really only took about a year. We were very lucky in that respect. And again, that's because this was just an interior renovation, not an entire outside construction project. And like I said, it went very smoothly. There were very, very few hiccups. It necessitated the pouring of new floors and new walls. And there were some issues with that. But overall, it was a process we were all very happy with. Next slide, please. Here you can get a sense of the space dimensions and size of the new vaults. They were completed in December of 2018, officially opened in January 2019 was when we were able to start bringing records in there. The new 3 levels are about 25,000 square feet of storage space, so we more than doubled our existing capacity. You can go to the next slide, please. This is what the new vault space looks like there. Next slide, please. Here's more shots of the construction. This is building the walls within the old State Record Center. Next slide, please. And we can just go to the next slide too. All right, so here's the inside of the new vaults. We decided to go with these traditional shelving configurations. We wanted it to be uniform in each floor. We wanted the majority of the shelving constructed to hold 3 cubic feet, though we always wanted to have a little bit of flexibility in there to accommodate different types of records. Again, here you can see the dust that's on all the shelves from all of the construction work that went on. That was not something that we had anticipated, and that did necessitate extra negotiations for the contract. Next slide, please. We were also able to take advantage of building the new vaults. We were able to take advantage of updates in our security policies. The old vaults don't have any security measures in them that allowed for cameras to be placed in significant ways. There were a lot of blind spots in the old vaults just because of the time period when they were constructed. So we were able to have a full security assessment here. And you can see that we have these open pathways and open sight lines that allowed us to insert a lot more, many more security cameras than we had in the older vaults. Next slide, please. Again, this is just an overview of the configuration of the new vaults. And next slide, please. And then we were also able to accommodate an extensive amount of flat file shelving for oversized materials. I would say these vault design decisions probably represent our biggest lesson learned, even though it was a lesson we could not have anticipated. The lesson here was the way the global pandemic affected government records management in Massachusetts. The state has switched to a largely hybrid remote work model in an effort to reduce its physical footprint in Boston. So this means that there are state agencies that had previously occupied 2 or 3 floors of a state office building now have 1, or in some cases half a floor. This accelerated the rate of transfer, so much so that one of these new vaults is already at half capacity. So when we were building these vaults, the joke was, these should be good for another 25 years, and that will be the next generation's problem to worry about. But that no longer looks like that will be the case. Additionally, many of the state agencies with oversized or large format materials like maps and plans, and here I mean the State Department of Transportation, the State Department of Conservation and Recreation, have been forced to transfer these materials ahead of their schedule because of the lack of space in their new offices. This was not something we anticipated, having to accommodate hundreds of flat file cases in such a short span of time, additional flat file cases, I should say. If we were able to anticipate any of this, I think we would have perhaps looked at different shelving configurations, including maybe the rolling shelving or something else of that nature. We just go to the last slide, please. Oh, I thought there was one more slide in there. Well, that's all. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Roberta Gebhardt. I'm the Library and Archives Manager at the Montana Historical Society, and we are in the process of an addition, a 66,000 square foot addition to our existing building and a renovation of our existing building, which was built in 1953 and has a 1980s addition onto it. We go to the next slide, please. So how did we get here? In 2005, the state legislature authorized 7.5 million in bonds for construction, but they did not provide any additional funding. Initial design work and site selection was done around 2010. And again, there was no additional state funding provided. We just still had that $7.5 million. And we're authorized to raise private monies to do the construction, but private monies don't necessarily appear when there is no state funding for this kind of a building. In 2019, the Montana Museums Act passed, and it provided 37 million in funding for the addition and the renovation. We broke ground in fall of 2020, and the building and renovation was to be phased so that collections would not have to be moved. Then in November of 2022, we had a new phasing plan presented to us, and we needed to move all of our library collections by the end of March 2023. The archives collections could stay in place, but we had to figure out a way to protect them. And we needed to relocate all of the archive staff by the end of March of 2023. Next slide, please. So once we heard that in November, we had to figure out what we were going to do and how we were going to do it. We closed our public reference room on December 15th. That should say 2022, not 2023. And we started making a plan for how we were going to accomplish this. We started stockpiling packing supplies. One of the best things we did was we got newsprint end rolls from the local paper, which were free. Boxes cost a lot of money, tape cost a lot of money. And we had a lot of issues with back orders and bad weather that delayed shipments. So we often had a plan in place to start packing things, but we didn't have the boxes or the tape to be able to do that. Throughout this process, we did a lot of weeding. We went through our bound newspapers, and if they were available on microfilm, we made the decision to discard those. We also got rid of second copies of lesser used items. We went through our periodicals collection quite extensively, and we have a large backlog of items, and we worked through that to reduce, again, things that we already had in the collection, things that were not relevant to our collections. The library collection was packed in boxes and stored on pallets in the lobby. Next slide, please. So this is the lobby of our building, and when the library collection was completely packed, there were 2,500 boxes on 77 pallets. And in this image, the pallets are 3 deep. They are now 5 deep. And so there's just a very small walkway left along the one edge of the lobby there. Next slide, please. In the archives, archive staff prepared the collection to stay in place. They shifted 877 linear feet of volumes. They shifted 1,235 linear feet of records. They packed and relocated hundreds of rolled maps. The archive staff also worked out a system of wrapping the stacks. They wrapped regular stacks and flat files, and they wrapped 133 sections of compact shelving. And we were in the middle of a legislative session, so they had to keep picking up bills and minutes and figuring out a place to put those. And one thing I didn't put on the slides, we also have photograph archives, and we did move the majority of that collection as well. And we have our glass plate negatives are still in place in the old storage area, and we have a nitrate vault, and items are still there. We will have a new nitrate storage, cold storage facility in our basement, and we're just not sure when that will be ready yet for us to be able to move those items. Next slide, please. This is a view of one of our archivists, Erin, getting the plastic ready to wrap the stacks. And you can see overhead on the stacks, the venting for the HVAC system and also some pipes for fire suppression. And all of that is going to be replaced above the stacks that are and our collections that are remaining in place. Next slide, please. And this is a view of our compact shelving when it was all wrapped. Next slide, please. So we all had to move our staff, and the archive staff has had to move twice, and they're currently housed in museum gallery spaces. So it's not great space, but it is space, and we're able to stay in the building with our collections. Renovation is slated to be complete in late 2024, early 2025, and we may be able to move into renovated office space as early as December of 2023, and the grand opening for the addition will be in July of 2025. Next slide, please. So what are our lessons learned so far? Stay flexible and keep your sense of humor. The construction schedule is ever changing. There was one day when I'd been in a meeting at 10 o'clock and was told that a certain thing would be happening the next week. And by 11 o'clock, someone was coming in and telling me that that had already started happening. So it just, you have to stay flexible and be willing to move at a moment's notice. Say thank you to your staff often, and they're doing work that is above and beyond what they signed up for. And it really can take a toll on them. So make sure that they take time off, make sure that they're having time to relax and not work, not wrap stacks 8 hours a day. And one thing that we really found that helped was feeding the staff. And we took a lot of time to meet, eat, and decompress. And we did this at milestones along the way. So it helped to get us all through a big push to the end of March and then the end of May. And now we wait for what's next. We have been told we may be able to start moving some of the library collections back into our vault area once the fire suppression system has been updated there. That may happen in the next few weeks. We're just not sure. So again, we're just waiting and trying to stay flexible. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Anthony, Jamie, John, and Roberta. And so as individuals think of questions, you can type them in the chat box or raise your hand and we can try to unmute you and ask your question. But I want to start with a question to get our panelists going. And then as you have questions, we can integrate those as well. So what did you find? And some of you have probably talked about this a little bit, but maybe you can expand a little bit. Like, what did you find particularly surprising in moving from conception and planning to completion? And we'll just start with whoever wants to start out.
I hate to leave you hanging there, Alan. I don't I don't feel like I can answer that because I don't know the surprises of completion.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm so sorry.
Well, we can also, like, I know you talked a little bit too, like, about what was something that you thought would work as you moved into your space, but then it just didn't seem to function as you expected. I know you talked about the lab and having seen your beautiful space. The lab is quite a ways away from storage, right. and so
Yeah, and I know we were really excited to have kind of controlled access because our previous building, it was so tight. We would often find, well, I won't say often, but we would find patrons in stack areas because they just kind of wandered up from the reading room, like there was all doors were open kind of thing. So I think we were a little overzealous in our access control using our key cards, our badges, and literally, thinking through, there were times when staff would have to exit the building and then come around and enter it from a different direction because they were blocked access in certain areas. So I think that maybe being a little overzealous on that end. Security in terms of our reading room is on the second floor of the building. And so the lockers are on the second floor, but security was also then moved to the second floor. I mean, so we had
Right.
public services staff, our reference staff, we were having to do security checks. So again, moving all that, stepping back and moving that down so that people, when they enter the building, their contents are being searched. So just different security things that I think we didn't think through maybe as well, or in reality didn't work out.
Anybody else have a comment?
I'll just echo the point about doors. We had the same issue with ours. You know, the doors look great on paper on the plan, and then when you're actually trying to push a cart through there, you know, especially a heavily loaded cart full of materials, I agree. I think you know, automatic opening doors would be crucial in archives.
Mhm. It seems so little, but yet.
Alan, do you have any other questions? I haven't seen any more in chat.
No, I haven't
but-
seen more in chat. And then one of the other questions that we had proposed to panelists was, and I think we've kind of covered some of it, but sort of as a last thing here, what did you wish you included or did not include in your completed project? And I know we talked about like bigger doors, and which I wish we had in our current space, because they're really tight in our space here. But
I would have liked more flexibility in our storage areas. We kind of, all of our planning went in to the ASRS. And
Mhm.
so thinking that it would house any type of box or oversized material, and that really has not been the case. So having that flexibility, and we're making those adjustments now to have just greater flexibility, particularly for our oversized material. And endless amount of vault space would be really nice.
yeah, so I see here in chat we have a few questions. One from Susan Lugo. Did your staff need additional or more specialized skills in the new work areas?
Not in Massachusetts. Our new work area is just really an extension of our old work area. So it was no one needed any new skills or anything.
Mhm.
I'll just throw in that when we renovated, we use it as an opportunity, not necessarily to get new skills, but how are we doing things before the renovation, and then what do we need? How do we are going to do things after? And so we
Mhm.
used it as a start, stop, continue exercise where we eliminated a bunch of older processes that just were antiquated, and we
Mhm.
enhanced some newer ones, and we brought some new systems and processes online to make staff like electronic reference system as an example, which is a separate project, but it coincided with the opening of the new space, where now staff loves it because they use it for deeds of gift and donation documents and for billing, and it just saves everybody so much more time and allows us to manage our work. But that was, in order to do that, how do we change the way we operate? And so we use that as a jumping point for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned our ASRS system has really pushed our staff into a new skill set area, as well as on a practical, again, increasing a building the size of this one compared to our facilities team has had to really, very small facilities team has had to adapt, and just some of the practicalities of keeping a building running and open.
Peter asked, did you have a team review the RFP responses, and if so, who was part of the team?
Here in Montana,
Mhm.
we had our director and our central services administrator and our museum program manager were part of the team that reviewed the RFP responses. And then along with our, the head of the Department of Architecture and Engineering for the state, and then some other state officials were also on the team. So the addition is very focused on the museum portion of the Historical Society, and the renovation is more for the library and archives. But we were not involved in any of those. Library and archives were not involved in any of those discussions. So we're seeing a lot of the same things that you all have mentioned, and we wish we would have been part of that earlier on.
Susan has another question. Are electronic records also included in your facilities and managed by archives or engaged or a segregated, excuse me, or a segregated IT bureau?
No, it's included in our facilities and managed by archive staff.
The same goes for us in Massachusetts.
In Montana, we don't have a lot of electronic records yet that we're managing.
Yeah, in Iowa, we use Office of Chief Information Officer as our service provider, and they manage a lot of that for us day to day.
Let's see. Here's one more question, Alan.
Yep.
It's from Cassie.
Yep.
And it says, what resources do you lean on internally in preparation for these projects? For example, I recently learned of the SAA publication, Archival and Special Collections Facilities, Guidelines for Archivists, Librarians, Architects, and Engineers. So what resources did you lean on for preparation?
That's actually interesting. We shared that with the central project manager, and we went through that. It wasn't like we followed it verbatim, but what it did is help us identify gaps, places where we may be missing things. Because again, the administrator of Historical Society and director of the agency have both been through large construction projects with another arts and cultural museum before they came here, and they had a lot of really great experience, but they had never done a project quite like this one. And so it just it helped us to kind of level set a little bit and understand what are we missing. That's really where we were able to answer that, and that's one of the things that we learned as part of reviewing that. Let's make sure we get the collections team involved, or collection teams involved, in helping to inform the construction team. And so we're identifying those issue areas further up the design creation and the schematic design and the overall design phases, so we don't have to go back and fix things later. Was it perfect? No, but I think it really benefited us.
Alan, Peter has his hand up, so I've unmuted him, hopefully, and he has a question. Peter, can you unmute? No, I guess not. Sorry, Peter. Well, Peter, if you want to go ahead and type your question in chat, we'll try to get to it. But anybody else have any comments or any last questions for the panel? I'm going to start sharing the slideshow again. And slideshow. First slide. Okay. All right. Well, Alan, if we don't have any more questions, I think we're ready to just talk about the fact that we hope you enjoyed today's webinar, and we hope you look for webinars from both the member webinar series and the series webinars. So go to the COSA website and you'll find links to upcoming programs Of course, you can always contact COSA in any of these various ways. And we couldn't do any of this without the sponsorship of our partners. So we appreciate them very much. And at the very end, there will be a evaluation. We hope you'll take a moment and fill it out. It really does help us as we prepare these programs for you. So I'd like to thank Alan for moderating today. I'd like to thank Chris Woods for his keynote. And like to thank all of our state presenters for attending today. We appreciate you coming, and we hope we'll see you next time at a COSA member webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.